All right. So, I learned that yesterday the pan paneer, the sag paneer, this had cheese in it. So the paneer is actually goat cheese, I guess. Right? Is paneer goat cheese? Sorry. It's like cow or buffalo cheese. So I thought I was on a vegan roll. It was my second day. I thought I was vegan, but I had actually broken it because of this. So we are going to start again today. So today, today we're vegan. I haven't eaten yet. We got this peanut butter. I'm going to try to eat at least one of these a day. Actually, that might not be a good goal. I think we should just... there's a lot of good fat in here that we need. Right. How much does peanut butter... Yeah. That. So, what this means is whatever. Something I need to figure out though is, say I am okay. We have to like I could make like a meal plan and have a consistent like dietary intake every day, but like I'm just not that consistent, I think. So like it's hard to make that consistent, right? So I would rather say like on average I eat these things and then say, well, that maintains this nutrient profile, or this that achieves this vitamin profile, and then given that, what are the pluses that I have to add? What are the pluses on top of that would have to bring me to the baseline, to like a minimum value, a minimum daily value, right? So what I'm going to say here is, given that I eat 200, this is 150 grams peanut butter plus some cashews plus some macadamia nuts plus a big carrot plus a big potato plus some 3 tablespoons olive oil plus 2 samosas plus 4 sag naan plus, that's it. That's pretty much it. We could add a little bit of what do you call it? Nutritional yeast plus I don't know. Let's actually, first of all, let's say this. What is the nutrient profile of... Actually, I'm not going to use ChatGPT for this. We're going to use Claude because that's the only thing that knows what the fuck is going on. Sign in. Dude, I got stung by a mosquito. Like, the scary mosquitoes. What do you mean? what is the nutritional and vitamin profile? Do a thorough analysis. And then we will figure out basically what I'm missing. This is really, really rough edge, but it goes, it's like pointing in the same direction. It's rough edge, but it's likely pointing in the same direction, in the ideal direction, right? So it's good enough. Right, so let's see what we got here. Yeah, there. What the fuck? Yeah, that is, there's no way. 3,000 calories? That's fucking crazy. Okay, what vitamins? What? Okay, show exactly what I'm hitting. Show for each and everything what I'm hitting. Like a table where on the left it's what I'm hitting and on the right the minimum DV targets. Include everything you can, even selenium, whatever. We need to have we need to hit at least the minimums. We don't want to have a vitamin deficiency. Oh man. Holy shit. This looks bomb. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. So, good. Just one second.
フライパンしかまだない。サイズ。じゃあそれのもう一つの箱があれば、なるほどですね。もう一つのはないんですよ。そのサイズの箱。はい。サイズのトレーニング。その Amazon の箱ってことですか？あ、聞こえますか？ごめんなさい、なんかビットしてごめんなさい。その箱のサイズが、100ってことですか？はい。なるほどですね。袋もある。袋ももらってない。はい。なるほどですね。多分俺もごめんなさい。モニタリと住んでるから絶対とりあえずごめんなさい。もうそれにとりあえず聞いてみて申し訳ないですけど。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。とりあえずありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。はい、ありがとうございます。Guys, I'm an idiot. It was fucking right here. Guys, I'm so fucking dumb. I swear to God. I had assumed that this was empty. I feel bad, bro. But genuinely, Amazon did make a mistake one time. So it's like it threw my entire. It threw the possibility that the mail companies would fuck up in Japan. Yeah, look at that. It's all right here. Thank goodness. Look at that. We got our lid. We got our copper sponges, so like that. Damn, I'm such a nuisance, I swear to God. Genuinely, I feel bad. So, first of all, let's figure this out. DV, okay, DV. We get no vitamin D. Wow, you get a lot of these. Wow, look at that. Little calcium. We actually hit our DVs really well. Wow. Holy shit. This is decently balanced, genuinely. So we only gotta take vitamin D then. And then obviously, all the other junk. Vitamin C, we're only at 50%. So maybe vitamin C and vitamin D. Okay, now show that, but instead of potatoes, lentils. 100 grams of lentils. Wow. So, zinc. I say we take zinc, selenium. Let's take selenium. Let's take 1 zinc, which is the minimum value. So which is I think 9 milligrams. We got phosphorus in there. We might have to supplement iron. Iron. Why didn't you show fucking iron on here? Oh, iron. We might have to supplement iron. Got magnesium. Potassium. We might have to throw in a banana in there. Selenium. So we're gonna add a third Brazil nut. 1 zinc supplement, which is minimum value, the minimum daily value. And calcium is pretty low, isn't it? The vitamin D supplement has calcium in it, maybe. I don't know. Actually, it doesn't. Right, and without vitamin D, then you're not even getting calcium. So that's really important. You need both of them. So, and you also need vitamin C for the iron absorption. So, which we're only getting half. So I'm going to say we're going to take vitamin C, iron, a little bit of. I'm not sure in what form of iron are we going to do though. So. Vitamin C, potassium.
Yeah. No. A third of Brazona is all you need. Vitamin D. Yeah, we're gonna take that. 2,000 IUs. Tahini. Fair enough. Fair enough. I say that we just, I think all we gotta do here is keep track of what we eat, and we should have a, is there like a macro tracker chat GPT? Macro tracker chat GPT. Whatever. Like, let's just fucking eat. We'll worry about it later. At least we should just take a zinc supplement a day. Yeah. So, let's start. And our fiber as well. We should just get in the habit of taking fiber before we eat. can have a little bit of peanut butter with our K2. So, let's finish up these nuts. Oh, you know what? I got some macadamia milk that I gotta drink up. Because I made this yesterday and I still haven't drinking it, so we're gonna drink this now. It smells like fish because there's rotten fish in the fridge. Alright. All right. So, see some naan, man. For this, I'm gonna dip this in the lentils real quick. That's gonna be so good. Burnt myself. I can't fucking see anything with these glasses. Alright.
we got these samosas. Let's get some samosas in here. Mmm.
Exactly one word, then hang up the one of them. Wait. Didn't you already make this joke in the previous video? I am proud of this joke and only 6,000 people saw it. Anyway, to fix this, we take all the block data and combine them in one giant array. Then we can just send that array to our shader. I removed the terrain generation since I'm planning to rewrite it as well. For now, we're gonna work with a single chunk. Right now, we're getting around 1,000 FPS. Impressive, considering that we're drawing every single block. But can we improve it? Let's find out. Chapter 3, Phase Data. For optimization, I'm going to use this video as a reference. And the first thing we need to do is divide our blocks into 6 phases. That way we can easily decide which phases to draw and which phases to ignore. Our phase data will store the position, texture ID, and the face ID, which is the direction it's facing. I also decided to store the vertex data in our shader instead of sending it as attributes. This is not critical since the total size of these arrays isn't even half a kilobyte. Visually, nothing has changed, but the FPS is already planning its funeral. Good job so far. Chapter 4, Chunk Data. Our chunk size is 16 blocks. This means we're drawing around 24,000 faces for each chunk. That's 4,096 faces facing the same direction.
Alright, so what did we have? We had zinc. L-theanine. Did we? No, we didn't. Okay. We had psyllium.
18. Yeah, it's not again. These are omega 3s. Our vitamin D and our K2.
Its cover depicts a hand-drawn cityscape filled with elaborate high-rise buildings and populated with stick figures roaming at sidewalks and alleyways. The author, a man named Gilles Train, offers this preface to the book. I have been drawing since the age of 5 and have always been passionate about cities and aeroplanes. In 1984, I became interested in designing an imaginary city. I called it Urville. A flip through the book's 200 pages reveals hundreds of hand-drawn illustrations, each portraying one of Urville's distinct landmarks. Palaces dedicated to governance, newspaper and media headquarters, hubs for transportation, and industrial districts manufacturing Urville's key exports of pharmaceuticals and textiles. Each location has its own unique history, making the book feel like a complete tourist guide to an imaginary city. According to a 1999 census, Urville is home to nearly 12 million inhabitants, making it not only the largest city in France, but in all of Europe. A chronology stretching from its founding by Bronze Age Phoenicians to its participation in both world wars has slowly shaped Urville's distinct aesthetic across the centuries and crowned it the continent's cultural and economic epicenter. The author explains that he'd been building Urville for the past 20 years with no particular goal in mind, other than to maintain a living document of the place he saw in his head. Many who encounter this book become intrigued by Gilles Train and begin to dig for more information about his nearly lifelong project. An internet search reveals an archive of his personal website from 2003, which served as an early repository for Urville's art and developmental history. He cites a childhood airplane ride over New York City as his point of inspiration, and at age 13, he constructed Urville's first urban center using Legos. But the limitations of the medium kept him from expanding the city to his desired scope, so he began to draw. After completing a global view of the city at age 21, Gilles saw the magnitude of his creation for the first time. 150,000 kilometers of highway connecting 35 districts, with museums, libraries, universities, and the largest commercial airport in the world. Gilles began to zoom in and investigate the city from various angles, always staying congruent with the global view. As the city grew, he displayed selections of his work in small venues across the French Riviera, but it was difficult to convey the full scope of the project as it quickly became too large to show in its entirety.
Il faut savoir qu'Urville, à l'origine, s'appelait Cartousiam, qui veut dire ville des hippocampes, fut fondée par les Phéniciens au XIIe siècle avant Jésus-Christ, puis est devenue Urville en 41 avant Jésus-Christ. Et voici son expansion vers le nord.
Urville earned Gilles a modest amount of attention from European media in the mid-2000s. Clips from this period show a roughly 35-year-old Gilles who appears eager to discuss his work.
Plus au nord, vous avez un quartier industriel avec Castelrufio, Gramont, Lancrine et le Stade Olympique. Le Stade Olympique a accueilli la finale de la Coupe du Monde de football en 1998 parce que le Stade de France était trop petit. Le Stade de France, il contenait que 80 000 spectateurs, alors que le Stade Olympique, 130 000, donc 130 000, c'était là. Voilà.
He disclosed that he works on Urville for 50 to 60 hours per week. He monitors the population growth of the city's 35 districts, and he tracks the delicate flow of imports and exports that make Urville's economy the third largest in the world. After introducing a new theater to the city, Gilles would spend time inventing the various fictional actors and directors whose work has been shown there. I even know their life stories, he claimed. I've invented films shot in Urville as well as those made in Hollywood. It's a complete parallel universe.
Et il a découpé au cutter à main levée. Bon, on a des professionnels, on dirait qu'on bien coupé. Bon, lui, il coupe tout, il dessine tout à main levée. Là, on se dit, ah, bah, c'est génial. Est-ce que c'est du génie? On sait pas, mais déjà, c'est génial, quoi.
Footage of Gilles' drawing process shows a choppy but deliberate stroke pattern, always knowing where to place the angle without the aid of ruler or graph paper. The drawings don't give the impression that Gilles is inventing details spontaneously, but somehow depicting what already exists. which not only add to its scenic beauty, but contain such facilities as the Butte St. Martin Astronomical Observatory, keeping Irville on the cutting edge of the space race. Careful urban planning allows for the efficient flow of traffic across the city, and its many modes of public transport and pedestrian footpaths make Irville accessible despite its size. The city's main water source is the Seahorse River to the south, and its electricity comes from the power plants of St. Medard, which produce billions of kilowatts every hour. It's constantly getting more complicated, he told a reporter. Everything is interconnected. Everything influences everything else. Schools, public transport, shopping centers, green spaces. There's nothing more complex than a big city. You have to think about everything at once. The citizens of Irville are observed to possess a certain patriotic pride for their city, rejecting the label of French in favor of the term Irvillian. Culturally, they have a distinct dialect which has diminished over the centuries, but can still be heard in small communities. But the people are never the focus of any drawing, serving instead as a type of urban ambience. They occasionally appear in groups, but more often they're seen keeping an equal distance from each other, as if mathematically spaced apart. A rudimentary drawing style is used for the rare depiction of human features, and many illustrations feature a comical juxtaposition between the people and the cityscape that surrounds them. The achievements of individual citizens are frequently acknowledged in Irville's recorded history, such as the athletes who have won international championships in its outdoor stadiums. But arguably, none are given as much attention as the city's architects, who are credited for the city's aerial beauty. In an interview with French media, Gilles' father told the story of how he noticed his son's unique genius at the age of 6, when he was capable of completing his older sister's math homework with only mental calculations. And while playing music together, Gilles demonstrated perfect pitch.
Si je prends par exemple une clé, là je vais faire tomber une clé par terre.
La bémol.
La bémol, ben voilà, d'accord. J'en prends une autre qui est complètement différente, alors ça va être quoi ça?
Sol.
Sol, bon.
Once, a local train station abruptly changed its door closing chime from an E to an E flat, sending a 6-year-old Jill into a tantrum.
Non mais enfin Gilles, mais pourquoi tu es cette colère? Oui, c'est la sonnerie de la porte du métro. Qu'est-ce qu'il y avait? C'était un mi bémol. Ah bon, mais pourquoi? Normalement c'est un mi.
His mother recounts an early fixation with various commercial airline traffic schedules, with Gilles carefully recording all arriving and departing flights across Europe. The two agree that this was likely the germ of his idea.
J'aimais beaucoup les aéroports et les avions, et donc je voulais faire un aéroport en Lego. Puis après, progressivement, je me suis rendu compte, s'il y avait un grand aéroport, il fallait une grande ville à côté.
She mentions that Gilles began to study European history in his teenage years, for the purpose of incorporating Irville into the world's existing timeline, with a culture shaped by the arrival of Christian missionaries in the 3rd century to the regime changes of the French Revolution. Irville would share in the past experiences of its fellow civilizations. Monuments that stood for centuries had to be rebuilt following their destruction in World War II, and mass protests against America's intervention in Iraq were held in Irville City Square.
Tu sais que la guerre en Irak, à Irving, ça a des conséquences assez importantes, quoi. Rien qu'au niveau de la bourse d'Urville, aujourd'hui, elle a encore chuté, quoi.
The way Gilles tracks the well-being of Irville feels like a coded method for communicating his own moods. It seems almost impossible that he wouldn't feel the ups and downs of the city on an emotional level, as the two are so clearly and intrinsically linked. When an interviewer asked him what was happening in Irville that very day, Gilles said he would be happy to show them, but a recent bout of bad weather has limited its visibility.
Je suis complètement dans Urville, et moi je le ressens comme ça, et moi je le vis aussi avec toi comme ça, tout en sachant que c'est pas réel, quoi. Mais c'est comme si c'était réel.
Gilles' girlfriend was also interviewed by French media, and she told the story of how the two met.
J'ai découvert Urville sur internet, sur ton site internet. Et puis j'ai été tout de suite fascinée par tes dessins. Et puis je t'ai envoyé un email en disant que je voulais habiter le quartier des petits garçons, qui est quelque part par là.
The two began speaking online and found that they had a shared experience with autism and an appreciation of both art and mathematics. Catherine has a graduate degree in math, and her own artwork serves as a method of using color and shape to explore mathematical principles. The two moved in together and began to work side by side for up to 10 hours per day, both visiting the city with individual approaches. Gilles would fly over and record from a bird's eye view, and Catherine would interpret the topography by discovering its mathematical harmony. In their free time, they took vacations to many of the world's major metropolises for inspiration, with Gilles citing Rome, Barcelona, and Amsterdam as among those whose layout is reflected in Urville. Paris is an architecturally beautiful city, he said in a 2006 interview, but it's far too idealized,
from written in C and calling Lua, or you have your program written, the program written in C and calling Lua, or you have your program written in Lua calling C. And for several called scripting languages are actually, you don't have to, but it's much more easy to use if you have your program written in the scripting language and the C language is only for your libraries. And Lua is very good fit when you want the reverse. You want the program written in C, and then you have, it calls Lua from time to time. So the point is that Lua is very good at this, that you have the main loop, the program written in C, and then it calls Lua for some tasks or for whatever you want to do. And for instance, in games, this is very important to keep the frame ratio of the game. So for instance, you have the loop keeps the rhythm of the game, and every frame it calls Lua's updates all characters, all images, everything in the game, and then it returns to C to do the embedding versus extending. So you can extend the scripting language with C, or you can embed the scripting language into C. And so several languages are very good only for extending, while Lua is really good for both embedding and extending.
Why is Lua good for embedding, and Python it's almost the opposite?
Because Lua, since the beginning, we thought about Lua as a library. Since the beginning, Lua was written as a library. So I think that's the main difference. Lua has a standalone program that you can call Lua in your console, in your command line, but that program is just a client of the official client of the library, following the same API that any other program can use. So this idea of language as a library, I think it's not very common. It's something that is very particular in Lua.
When you design a language as a library, what are the unique, I guess, design decisions?
I think that goes a lot of small and big details. For instance, your idea of what is your global space, or about scopes of variables, about exception handling, for instance. It's very important. That it's very common in Lua that you raise an exception in Lua, but you catch the exception in C. So all these things about how you do exception handling in the language. It's not a big deal, but it's, for instance, most dynamic languages, that's almost a definition of a dynamic language. They have an eval function that you can give a piece of code, and then it executes that code. In Lua, we don't, instead of eval, we have a function that we call load. that you give a piece of code and it returns a function, an internal function, like it was a Lua function, that when you call that function, then you execute the associated code. It doesn't execute immediately. So you have this clear separation between compiling like the Lua code that you have, and then you can do that in C. So in C you can get a piece of Lua code, you can compile it, check if it has errors, etc. Then you call that for instance, a different piece, or you can even call several times. For instance, you can load functions from Lua into C. You keep them, in the Lua space, and then you can call that same function again and again. It's not a big difference, of course, because if you have a val, you can evaluate a function declaration and then returns that function. So you can, if you have a val, you can do load. If you have load, you can do eval. But I think load it's simpler to use for that kind of thing. That is when you think about libraries, for instance. In Lua, it doesn't have a global state. I think that's I forgot that's a very important difference. When C starts, the first thing it has to do is to create a new Lua state. And then everything you do on that state, and that state is completely independent of everything else. So C can, for instance, create another Lua state, and both states are completely independent, there is no communication between them. And so this again shows that, and so for instance, C can use a state, do a lot of stuff, and then it can close the state, and all memory used by Lua is released. Everything that Lua was using is released. And for instance, if C doesn't need to use Lua anymore for a program, you release all resources used by Lua in your programming C continues. Then later you can again create another state, etc. So there's, as I said, there is several small or not so small decisions in the language, but all the time we think about the language as, is that good for embedding? Is that possible to do embedding and things like that?
When you think of the programming community generally, everyone is quite familiar with Python, but not as familiar with Lua. I thought it might be interesting to compare the two languages. So if you compared Lua to Python, what are the pros and cons of each language design?
Lua is a language that is intended to be used in this idea of scripting architecture. So the Lua, for instance, it doesn't thrive having a lot of different libraries. If you have something that, I want to write a quick program for something, then Python is much better. It has all the libraries you can dream about. It has a lot of libraries built in already into the language. So the language is huge. The installation is a huge download, etc. But it has exactly, I need that, it's there. I need that, it's there. And Lua is almost the opposite. It's a very minimalistic language, because the idea is that you embed Lua into your program. It doesn't use almost any resources. Most of the libraries, the important libraries that you will use, will be provided by the program itself. Will be the commands like move a character or do some speech or things like that from the engine of the game. For instance, if you think about games, but whatever it is. So Lua, I think that's the main big difference. Is that they have very different goals.
I saw some benchmarks and I saw that Lua is much faster than Python. Why is that?
Those benchmarks are not exactly, but I think that the main point is exactly, one thing is that Lua does have this focus on performance, again, in the realm of scripting languages. Doesn't want to compete with C or C++, but in the realm of dynamic, mostly now it's dynamic language, not scripting languages, we have some focus on performance. So I think this is a first difference. Python is actually much more, I think it's a decision that they make. Performance is not that important. It's more important to be flexible, to be easy to do whatever you want to do. Then in Lua sometimes we do not put some features because we think that there is no way to implement that efficiently. But also I think some part of that performance difference comes exactly because of the size of Lua. So most of the virtual machine fits in your cache, for instance. I think there is these two big things. One is that Lua doesn't have so many features. It's not so dynamic as Python. So in Python there is a lot of interactions because everything can be something else. In Lua we are a little more conservative on that side. But I think also this thing of being small also makes it naturally faster.
So on the distinction between scripting languages and dynamic, or I guess it seems like dynamic language is a superset, scripting language is a subset of that. Am I understanding that JavaScript is a dynamic language, not a scripting language from your perspective?
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. Because the scripting, it came, the original scripting language was Bash, or the shells from Unix, of this idea that it's a language that coordinates other stuff. So for instance, it can be extending, again, you can use, but this idea that you have two different languages, for instance, the shell is only useful because you have a lot of programs written in C that are controlled by shell. So the scripting language has this very strong idea that you have this idea of a dual language architecture. So scripting is like, it's the name scripting, it means it's like you coordinate or you give a script to be executed by those other things.
You gave a talk a while ago and someone asked you a question of, what books do you recommend for, studying programming languages? And you said actually that you enjoyed studying the language design of other programming languages.
I like reading books that describe the design of the languages. I think the best books are those written by the author of a language about the design of that language.
What book recommendation do you think is best on language design?
JavaScript, The Good Parts, for instance. It's kind of old now, but I think it's a very interesting book. Although I always joke that JavaScript, The Good Part, is a very thin book compared with the official JavaScript. It's like 1/10 of the language is the good part. But I think that book is really interesting, because exactly it discusses the language, it discusses even the bad parts, and it focuses on the good parts, but then explains why it's there, why it was made that way, etc. That is a book that I like.
Damn, so much shit depends on this.
It sounds like one of the things that sets Lua apart is the performance and how minimal it is. And when I was reading about Lua, I saw that there's Lua JIT. How does the Lua JIT work?
Lua JIT, the first thing, it's a completely different project. It doesn't have anything to do with us, but it's an incredible piece of software that is a just-in-time compiler for Lua. And I think exactly one of the reasons it works so well on top of Lua is because of the simplicity of Lua. It's a very regular language. I mean, it has a very, as I said, it doesn't have many exceptions or too many interactions or things so it's not that dynamic. I mean, everything can mean something completely different. So that, I think that gives a very good language for a JIT. But the Mike Paul is the name of the guy that made I think he's still working on that, on the first JIT. It's unbelievable, his work.
What makes writing a JIT difficult?
The first thing that for me I don't want to get involved with JIT is because it's machine dependent. it's not very productive. I mean, you do a lot of work on only work on that architecture, and then I want to run in another architecture. But Paul, he created a kind of a pseudo assembler that he writes in this assembly, and then he translates that assembler to real machine code of the different machines, so trying to unify the different architectures. So there is a lot of work, but I don't like it. I think architecture, I like to study, but I don't like to work with, because I think it's very unstable. Each new version, they change that, or they change that, they change the API for something, and then now the stack has to be aligned in some very particular way. And so, and of course also to get that performance that he gets, he made what's called a trace compiler. The idea of a trace compiler is that what's called a trace compiler. The idea of a trace compiler is that instead of getting a function and compiling a function, it works like any JIT, that it tries to detect things that are executed frequently. And so it starts what's called a trace. It gets recording everything that the code is doing, including function calls, etc., until it closes the loop. And then it compiles that, including function calls, etc., everything in line. It compiles that for that specific, for instance, so that number happens to be an integer, so it compiles the number will be an integer again, and there's a lot of checks, just check if everything is as assumed, and then it executes the loop. And then it's very, very, very fast, but anything that is different, for instance, you call again that way, you call it frequently with integers, suddenly you call to with a float, then at some part of the code it breaks.
Dude, I want my own
the
profile.
condition, and you have to return.
I want my own profile. Let's get a profile.
Part. And I think that's one of the worst parts, is that you have to translate the state, that it's all compressed into registers, etc. For instance, you don't even have a call stack because you didn't leave the call, you didn't do the calls, you just inlined it. But then, something went wrong. Now you have to continue interpreting, so you have to recreate the stack that you didn't create originally, etc. So
wrong fucking account.
Even to think about that, I headaches.
Standard Lua is portable, but to execute on a machine, it eventually gets converted into machine instructions somewhere. Where in the stack is it eventually translated to machine instructions?
Lua is written in C, the interpreter is written in C, and then you compile that into machine code, the interpreter, the Lua code. Then when you get some I mean the Lua.
Look,
the
if we
Lua
search Jeffrey Skinner, it's going to be the hockey
when
player.
you get some Lua code, you do what we call a pre-compilation, that is, we translate to an internal language, and then the interpreter is just a big loop. It's a loop with a switch. I mean, that's a very big simplification, but in general terms, a loop with a switch that gets instruction, does a switch, and see, this instruction is the instructions are quite similar to a CPU. Move that, but then instead of creating, it executes that instruction. Move A to B. So it does a move A to B and executes that, and again repeats, execute the next instruction. So this is how an interpreter works, and basically, so we pre-compile Lua. There is a compilation, but we compile for this virtual machine, and then we have this main interpreter loop that people call, that just fetch instruction. So a jump is just a jump. You have an array of bytecodes. A jump, just go to that. You have a counter that tells where you are in this array. A jump, you just update that counter, it goes to another position of that array where you're going to. So it's like you emulate the CPU in software. It's written in C, the interpreter. This main loop is written in C. So if you compile it in Linux, it will run in Linux or x86 architecture, it will run in that architecture. If you compile that in the Mac, it will run in the Mac. It's a C program.
Got it. Okay. So, and that's the part that's not portable, and the C compiler handles that.
Yes. The all portability of Lua comes on top of portability of C.
How does JIT compare to ahead of time compilation in terms of performance?
Both ahead of time, any kind of compilation is easily, not easy, but it can be 10 times faster than interpreting, or even 100 times faster than interpreting, depending what you are doing. But 10 times is a very good figure. Between ahead of time and trace compilation, then depends a lot of what you are doing. After trace compilation is particularly good for benchmarks, because you're repeating it more or less. They are very uniform. You are doing exactly the same thing again and again and again. So then trace compilers shine. This is the best they can do. In real programs, that depends a lot, but I wouldn't say there is a clear winner between the two. I think it depends a lot of the kind of program.
Is it possible to write an ahead of time compiler for Lua?
Yes, there are several. None. I'm not sure if there is anyone on production quality, but for research, etc., there are several. I have a student who worked on like a master thesis, ridiculous simple Lua compiler, ahead of time Lua compiler or something like that. Exactly. Because
who the fuck came up with these shitty ass questions? This guy is a horrible interviewer.
Into C code, and then you send that to a C compiler, and then you have a head of time compiler for Lua, and it gave like 3-5 times boost in performance. Very, very, as the title said, it's like ridiculous simple compiler.
I always hear there's compiled languages and there's dynamic or interpreted languages, I guess. But really that distinction is in the toolchain, not necessarily in the way that the symbols are laid out in the source code. Like I could write a compiler or a program that takes in Python code and then converts it into machine code, and then I would have compiled Python.
And you can interpret C code. You can write an interpreter for C. Yes. But the main difference is exactly what's easy to do. For instance, as I said, one of the hallmarks of interpreted language is the eval. So if you want to compile the language and keep eval, you have a compiler as a library of your runtime, because you may want to compile things during execution. This is the hallmark of a dynamic language. So you can create code while running code. So that part is that's why much more often than not, dynamic languages are interpreted. But you can compile, but then sometimes for some compilers do not handle eval at all. They say you can compile as long as your program doesn't have evals, so there is some restrictions. And as I said, you can interpret C code, right? But you'll be extremely slowly with it. But
I think one big difference, when I look at static languages or compiled languages, they seem to have type systems in them, or the type annotations. What is the role of a type system in the compilation process?
Depends a lot on the type system. Several type systems, like in C, for instance, are written to be a very important part of the compilation process. So if you have the right type system, it's much easier to write a compiler. A trivial example is run the space for variables, because if you know, oh, this is an integer, this is a float, this is a double, you know exactly how many bytes of memory you need to that. Otherwise, it's a mess, and more often than not, you have to keep everything in the heap dynamically allocated, and so huge penalty performance. And for instance, when you see, as I said, a trivial, you have an addition, A plus B. If you know the type of A plus B, you have the type of A. The type of B, you have a compile time, you know, oh, this plus is an adding to integers. I just generate the machine code to add integers, and there everything is fine. In a dynamic language, I see a plus, I compile to in the virtual language, it's just this plus, but then how do I, at runtime you have to check what is A, oh, A is an integer, B is a float, oh, I have to convert, or B is a string, or depending on the language, if you're not doing addition, you can be doing concatenation, or you can just calling someone, and you have to do all that at runtime. So types can be very, very important to compile efficiently, but of course you have to have a type system that there are several languages now, like TypeScript, that the types are kind of, you do not guarantee that everything has the types you said they have. So then it's impossible to use them to compile, because probably A will be an integer, but if it's not, I mean, if I have an integer register to boot to anything, A must be a register or things will not work. So, but if you have the right type system, they are essential for a good compilation.
I know some programming you just have type inference. What if you ran type inference and you got an unambiguous set of types, and then you use that in compilation? Like, could you do that for Lua?
That's not computable, but a lot of people try to do type inference for dynamic languages, and it's really hard problem, and it's very difficult to do anything useful in terms of performance. What sometimes you get, but you have a very strict, if you write your program in that specific way, you follow. So it's like you don't have the type, but you write the program thinking about type, and then if the program is that very particular format, then you can do type inference and everything goes well. Otherwise, either type inference doesn't work, or it works, but actually it infers very generic types for everything, and so you cannot take advantage of the types. Because exactly the dynamic nature of the language. This also happens with JIT, for instance. You can get much, much better performance if you have a kind of a type system in your mind. Usually we do that, and you follow that type rules even without that. The compiler, the language does not impose them on you, but you assume, oh, I'm going to follow those. Some time discipline. I'm not going to use the same variables to store integers and strings, etc. And then you can have much better results.
OpenAI, Anthropic, Cursor, and Vercel all use this product to make their lives better. And the problem it solves is when you're building SaaS or an AI product and you want to sell to other companies, there's all these requirements you need to meet. There's SSO, there's SCIM, there's RBAC, there's audit logs. These are all things that take time to integrate, but aren't the main focus of your app. WorkOS is an API layer that lets you meet all of these requirements in just a few lines of code. So let's say you have a new SaaS product and you want to sell to other companies. WorkOS will solve all of these critical feature gaps for you. You can check them out at workos.com to learn more and get started. And I appreciate them for supporting my work and sponsoring this podcast. Earlier you mentioned that Lua can call C and C could call Lua. And You mentioned, we talked about the compiler and the interpreter, and how do these pieces work together in the case where you're chaining different programming languages?
Yeah, the main trick, I mean, it's not a trick, the technique for Lua calling C is C pointers, function pointers. There is a pointer to a function. This is part of the official C language. So when you start Lua, suppose you are in C, as I said, you create a library, you create a state, a Lua state, and then you can register. You send to Lua C pointers, function pointers, and pointers to functions in your C library, associated with names. Lua stores that in some data structure. Okay, so it says, oh, the function sign is associated with that pointer, etc. So when it's doing the interpretation, oh, this instruction is called. Instruction call. Well, let's see what it's calling. Oh, it's calling A. What is the value of A? Oh, it's a pointer to, and then it calls that pointer, and then it calls the C function to do that. And when C wants to call Lua, I mean, a Lua function is just a data structure from the point of view of C. It's just an array of bytecodes, of opcodes, and then it calls the Lua interpreter function. Please interpret that function for me. So C can call Lua to interpret that function, and that function is running, and then can call a C function using a pointer, and you can have that in the stack at several levels. So we are running a Lua function that calls C, and C calls Lua again, and Lua calls C, and you have recursive stuff like that, etc., and everything works. It just works.
In one of your talks on Lua, you mentioned that there's security benefits to using a scripting language. Well, what are those benefits, and how does it protect the hardware?
It's not only hardware. Once I gave a talk here in Brazil. I was called to give a talk in a Pi conference, a PyCon, they call it the Python conference in Brazil. They call it me for a talk. At the end of the talk, I said, oh, let's use it as a scripting language, as I said, emphasizing that thing that you have this dual language architecture, and I know of cases of Lua being used with C, with C++, with Fortran, with several different languages, and then someone in the audience said, oh, we also use Lua for scripting Python programs. And what is the case? They have a huge Python program for financial stuff that do a lot of financial transactions, etc. And they wanted to do to have a command line where you could write instructions to be executed by at runtime, for instance, for debugging or for inspecting, for whatever you need, some kind of end-user program. But exactly what I was talking about, spaces. In Python, basically, if you have a command line and you are going to run Python, that Python can whatever it wants to do in your program. There is no way to protect it. So if you gave that to the user could do whatever it wanted to do, for the program. So the program would break a lot of invariants of a lot of important stuff in the files kept, etc. And so what they did, they gave the thinking Lua, because as I said, Lua you create a state, for instance, as I just mentioned, you can only call C function. For instance, as I thinking Lua, because as I said, Lua you create a state, for instance, as I just mentioned, you can only call C functions. That is true in Python again, but in that particular thing, you can only call C functions if you give the C pointer to Lua. So have a very strict, and there is very, as I said, there is a library. When you create a Lua state, it has no function at all. There is nothing, you cannot open files. Everything there are what we call standard libraries. usually you open a state and you register those standard libraries in Lua, so you have the minimum, like you have mathematical functions, etc. But you can open a state and register no functions at all. It can only do things following those specific functions you get. So they use Lua to have this kind of control. Or you can write Lua code here, but that Lua code can only do very specific things in the Python program. You cannot call any Python function or, build any kind of Python data structure, etc. So was this a nice example? In the case of hardware, it's the same thing. You cannot just go, for instance, there is a port, a hardware port, that controls the speed of the fan, that keeps the temperature of the CPU. And if you put that very low, you can really burn the CPU, because the CPU gets very hot. And so you have a C, you cannot call C directly. You must call Lua, and only Lua has access to that. So if you can only program in Lua, Lua, then you check whether the numbers you are giving are precise or whatever it has to check, and then it calls.
It's kind of like a sandbox environment.
Yes, exactly. Yes, sandbox is the exact word for it.
I saw there's this, I guess, paper, or maybe it was a article you wrote on the history of Lua with several other people, and I thought there were some interesting quotes in there I kind of wanted to ask you about. So one of them, it says that there's this old joke that says that a camel is a horse designed by a committee.
Yes, that's not mine. That's a real old joke.
Does that mean that you think the best programming languages are designed by as few people as possible?
Yes, I do. Yes, because one thing that it's easy to observe is this: if you have a committee writing a language, everyone wants to put something on themselves into the language. So you have that your favorite mechanism, and you fight whatever it takes to put your favorite mechanism into the language. And very few people will fight against putting anything in the language. I mean, some people say, oh no, this is too much, this is too complicated, but people fight much more fiercely for put something they want in the language than against putting something in the language. So when you have a committee, the tendency is, so let's keep adding stuff, let's keep adding stuff, and people sometimes even do not understand. I mean, I'm not sure if everybody there is really know the language well. You'll learn putting that, but that fits with other parts of the, I didn't even know the language has this other part. I mean, so things sometimes will not fit together very well, etc. So first you have what's called the conceptual integrity. It's a name that gives that everything fits together, everything it's designed with everything else in mind, etc. It's much easier. I'm not saying, I mean, Lua has several wrong stuff regarding, because with time, etc., there you make mistakes. But it's much easier to get things right if you have a small group of people that everybody knows what everybody else is thinking. Yeah, I mean, you are deciding whether to put something in the language or not. It's much easier to change your mind if you do not put something and then later you decide to add into the language, than to add something and then later you decide, oh, I shouldn't have. But that was not a good idea. So when in doubt, our default is always don't put it. If you're not very sure, don't put it. We can always add that later, and so keep the door open to change your mind.
I saw in the original Lua programming language that there was no Boolean type, and I've never seen that before. Why was there no Boolean in the original Lua?
Well, C doesn't have Booleans. I mean, the original C and C90 up to C99, use integers. If it's 0, it's false. If it's different from 0, it's true. And people lived quite well with that Lisp. And there are several languages that don't have booleans. And actually, we only put booleans in Lua because we wanted false. True is completely useless in Lua. Nobody uses true. Nobody is a true, but it's too strong. But it's not very useful. You can use almost any other value for true. But the problem is that in Lua, the nil, that special value nil, is in a table. It is equivalent to the key not being present. You often think whether that was a good decision, but it's very embedded in the design of the language, and it has this strong concept that a table, a key that is not present in a table that is an associative array, it has a nil value. It's completely indistinguishable whether it's absent. And absent means it has a nil value means it's absent. And so sometimes you want to have a false value, but you want to know, well, it is there in the table, and so we needed a false. To have a false, you can put in the table, and it's completely different from being absent. You know, there is a key, and the key has a false value. So we needed a false value, and if you're going to have a false, then we added true to it. It wouldn't make sense to have false without true, but with true, it's almost useless.
Why not use 0 as false if you're okay with 1 as true?
It really could have used, but that, among other things, that would be a big change, because exactly it was that way. So we added that later in the language. So changing 0 to false would be a very big incompatibility. But it could be, for instance, in Python, I think a lot of stuff are false. 0 is false, empty list is false, empty. In JavaScript, I think it's even worse. I don't recall exactly, but I mean, this is kind of arbitrary. We could have, for instance, nil, false, 0, empty string. I mean, it just depends the kind of test that you use. It's not in dynamic languages. It's very easy.
Python has like you're describing, the truthy values and the falsy values, or I guess they can be interpreted as false. But it's more implicit, less explicit. And I know JavaScript is even further on that spectrum, where you can do some really weird stuff that implicitly has some behavior. Do you think that design direction is good or bad?
It's like it's more compact, it's more easy to write stuff, but you always have this balance in any language. It's almost anything. The more flexible the more flexibility you have, the less protection you have. In C you have something like that people do not notice, but because C is typed, but you can check whether an integer is true or false. You can check whether a float is true or false directly, because again it checks whether the float is 0 or different from 0. You can check whether a pointer is null or different from null, because in C null is a magic 0. So it's kind of, if you do not write any test, it has an implicit test like different from 0. And this 0 can be an integer, can be a float, can be a pointer. So in C also you have this kind of flexibility. It's just that you have to be more explicit. Usually this avoids errors, but so this, you have always this balance between easy to write and easy to make mistakes.
I saw that Lua is 1 indexed instead of 0 indexed, and I had never seen a programming language like that in my experience.
There was a lot of programming languages. like that.
So yeah, why is it one indexed?
Because everything in the real world are one indexed. If you have a book, you have the chapter 1, chapter 2, nobody number chapters as 0, 1, 2, 3. Only programmers are the only, even mathematicians, if you get a mathematics book, a book of mathematics, any sequence, it's A1 and A2, A3. If you get a matrix, the first element is A11, A12, and then everything is written with one. Only in programming language that is this idea of C. And the funniest part is that, for instance, Fortran, now it's very old language, but we index it from 1. In Pascal, you can choose. I mean, you write an array, you can say this array is indexed from -5 to 5. And so it's indexed from whatever value you want to whatever value you want. 0 became extremely popular because of C. C uses 0, and a lot of languages copied, are kind of inspired by C. They have the same operators, the same syntax for expressions, the Boolean operators, for instance, that is not standard mathematics. Almost all languages chose the same operators as they are written in C. And so a lot of languages copied C, and then 0 indexing became very popular. And what is funny is that in C there is no indexing. In C, indexing is just an illusion, because what you have is pointer arithmetic. In C, when you write A indexed by I, actually what you are saying, get the contents of A plus Y. And so, because in C you don't have indexing, you have displacements or deltas, I don't know, offsets, then it must have indexed by 0 because then the first element is the element that...
See, that makes sense. Like, C doesn't have indices. There are no indices in C.
So,
You
C
have
doesn't
offsets.
have indexing.
You have linear
So, when you say
offsets.
A is indexed
So,
by
yeah.
0, it doesn't index by 0 because it doesn't index by anything. But it has this illusion of indexing, and then it's easy to see that it... And then a
Makes
lot of
perfect
languages
sense.
that do not use pointer arithmetic, do not have this restriction, do not have this semantics, copied C and kept the 0 indexing as the thing. If you get a 12-year-old and try to explain to them 0 indexing, I assure it's much, much easier for them to write, I have a list of the first element. I always joke that the first element is 0. And you write first with a 1, but the first element 1 is not 1, it's 0. So it has advantages, 0. For some specific operators, mathematically, for instance, you want to do a circular buffer, 0 is better. There are some small advantage, but it's much, much more confusing. And as Lua has this idea of end-user programming, we always joke it's much easier to make life easier for the non-programmers. And I am sure that programmers can program whatever index they have to do, because they are supposedly they are professional. They can learn that indexing from 10 to put on the end user the burden of using something completely different from them indexing by 0. What does it mean, the element index 0? They never thought, the chapter is in the book. Yes, the first chapter is at 0, the second chapter is at 1. No, I'm not joking. When you try to explain that to non-programmers, I'm not joking. When you try to explain that to non-programmers, then they need to be 12-year-olds. You just get anyone that is not. And the programmers think, I have the absolute. You are grown up. You are used to. You are with 0. I'm sure you can learn to program with 1 or -1 or whatever it is the days you have to use, I'm sure.
But do you think you see a lot of bugs because maybe someone thinks it's zero?
Unfortunately, I see some bugs, but as I always say, that's not the kind of bugs that just shows that you didn't do minimum testing. Because that kind of bug is not the that kind of bug that, if you tried anything you try to do in an array, if you start from 0 or start from 1, you have a bug. So the most simple test that you can imagine to test anything related to an array, to a list, etc. And if you mistake 0 to 1, you detect it. So if you have that kind of bug, it just shows that you didn't test that code at all.
There was this talk that you gave on the cost of adding language features to Lua and how there's a lot of hidden costs. And I think today implementation costs of software is going down due to AI code generation or LLMs. And I was wondering if that changes your thinking on I guess the cost of adding features to a programming language.
AI is something that we don't really know what is going to happen. If you go to an extreme, it's completely feasible that you won't have programming languages. I mean, because if the AI is writing all your code and is checking all your code and doing everything, in a few years maybe we don't need programming. AI can write machine code directly, it doesn't need programming languages. It's easy for them to compile or even generate the code directly. I mean, I don't know what is going to happen in a few years. So I think it's very hard for me to talk anything about AI because I think nobody have a clear idea what, people have maybe a clear idea what it happens in 1 year or 2 years, but in 5 years, I mean, anyone that says, that's going to happen in 5 years, it's just guess. So I think it's hard to say anything. This is all because of AI. So keeping the minimum thing, I mean, that still have, for instance, why you still use programming languages? Because you want the user or some human to be able to check the result of what the AI is doing, etc. So I still think that most of the things about programming language still hold. For instance, the cost of complexity of you understanding. I mean, AI create a code for you, and then you really understanding what that code does. I mean, it's even worse. I mean, it's much more important that the language be clear and it has no hidden mechanisms, because the AI may use a hidden mechanism. It doesn't have the concept. That will be difficult for a human to understand that what is really happening here is something. It's something that, for instance, I can use that, but I'm for sure it's going to put a comment here because I'm sure that someone that reads that in 1 month is not going to understand. EA doesn't have that kind of thinking, and so we just use that trick or that thing, and it's so. I think if you think about this idea of AI generating code, it's even more important for the language to be simple, to be understandable, for you to be able to really understand that the code that you are seeing does what you think it should do. You really understand what the code is doing. So this thing about simplicity, I think it's very important. And I think the other parts from maybe I may facilitate documentation. I'm not sure. This thing about conceptual integrity, for instance, to keep things that make sense, etc. I really think that one of the main costs is that the burden you put on the user to learn one more thing about your language. So there's the other possibility. I said that implementation is the part that the AI can really help you. It's not a really important part.
If you think about like a spectrum of simple to complex, what programming languages are, the most simple ones that you think of, the easy to understand, less confusing side effects, and what programming languages are the most complex and have the most foot guns?
This famous quote also, I don't know from whom, that the simplest possible, but not simpler than that, because if you go to the extreme of simplicity, you could get, for instance, lambda calculus or Turing machines, and said, oh, that's really simple. I mean, it's really simple, but it's completely impossible to write any program that. I mean, if you have really simple stuff, I think the extremes will be like that, but you don't want to be there. But for the other side, I think C++, I think, is a good example of a language that I think is really, really complex.
A question that comes up a lot is, given how much AI has been progressing, would you still recommend people learn computer science today?
If you really think about that, it's really difficult to recommend people learning anything for a profession. And we have no idea what AI will do in 5 years. If someone is entering university now, they are going to graduate in 4 years, 5 years, or maybe 3.5 years, and nobody has any idea what the world your profession will be like in 4 years from now. So it's really hard to say, oh yes, you're still going there, because now people say, oh no, the manual tasks, the AI is very good, but you need the whole architecture, you need like a software engineer to see the big picture, etc. That is now, but you have no idea that will be true in 4 years or 5 years. So I enjoy programming. I could do, some people say, oh, you use the AI for that. I program because I like that. But so we choose something that you like, but really if you're really thinking, how am I going to live with that? I have no idea. I think it's a really hard time to be choosing the profession.
Yeah, you worked on Lua for such a long time. When you look back on it, what went well and what didn't go well?
We have this privilege of not having to satisfy clients. So you do not have, as I said, for instance, you can choose to add some feature to the language because we do not have a pressure. Oh, we need that feature, whatever it takes, or etc. So we have this privilege of, oh, we are not sure whether to put that. We don't put that.
I thought it wasn't true.
1 year, or so. I think that it's much easier to do a good project, a beautiful project. So I'm not sure this is a recommendation. Try to work without much pressure. People usually do not have this choice.
What was your measure of success if you're working on a programming language? How did you know it was good?
It's more important to be sometimes that good people that I recognize as like the result than a lot of people that I have no idea who they are, etc. So I think this metric of quantity, that is the standard metric nowadays in the web, is got much worse. That everything is just the number of follows doesn't care who is following you, just as many people as possible. So sometimes for me it's much more important if someone that I really admire or think this that say something good about Lua, then we have that many. But of course it's good also to have some number of users and to be recognized, but I think it's a balance between all of this.
do you recommend people study other programming languages to get better at programming? And so, question is, what are the top 3 programming languages that you think every engineer should learn in 2026 to kind of become better at programming?
Haskell, I think, is an incredible language. It has everything you need to really learn about functional programming. I think one of the main benefits is there is an old joke in the Haskell community that if you write a program in Haskell and in C you will spend 1 week to make it efficient, and then you will spend 1 year to make it correct. In Haskell you spend 1 week to make it correct, and then you may spend 1 year to make it efficient. Again, it's not my joke, but it has some truths, not going to be always true, etc. But I think it gives the idea. I think this is maybe the most important lesson of Haskell. But Haskell has many other, this thing about type inference, for instance, that the entire language is types are optional everywhere, and yet it can do type inference for everything. It can infer the types correctly, etc. C or some low language. I mean, you can also have to learn some assembler or to see, but assemblers now are becoming too much complex. It would be to learn like the 8080 assembler, very old assembler of but to have exactly this idea of what a machine does, how it does stuff at exactly the basic level, to have this understanding. Scheme is a language that I like very much because of this exactly this economy of ideas. There are very few concepts, and it can do some amazing things with very few concepts. One language that is very, very, very old, but I still think it is snowballing. I think it was the first languages to have pattern matching and this idea of doing to really strong patterns, etc. And I think sometimes it's interesting to see old languages because exactly nowadays a lot of languages tend to be, like I said, zero indexing, that people tend to be too uniform in some aspects, and so it's interesting to see some older languages that have some ideas that make...
Now, if you could go back to when you had just started your career and give yourself some advice, what would you say?
To know a lot of stuff, you really have to study a lot of stuff. It takes time. I also joke about that. People say, oh, learn Lua in 30 minutes, or learn Python in 5 minutes, and I always say that they want to learn programming in 5 years. That's really take your time. You have to learn that and that programming. I think one of the main benefits is much. If you write a program in Haskell and in C, you will spend 1 week to make it efficient, and then you will spend 1 year to make it correct.
That is so well said. Oh my god, that changes a lot. Wow. Whoa, that's crazy. Okay.
Week to make it correct, and then in this and 1 year to make it efficient. Again, it's not my joke, but I have some truths, not going to be always true, etc. But I think it gives the idea. I think this is not maybe the main, most important lesson of Haskell. But Haskell has many other this thing about type inference. For instance, that the entire language is types are optional everywhere, and yet it can do type inference for everything. It can infer the types correctly, etc. C or some low language, and you can also have to learn some assembler or to see. But assemblers now are becoming too much complex. It would be to learn like the 8080 assembler, very old assembler of very simple, but to have this idea of what a machine does, how it does stuff at exactly the basic level, to have this understanding. Scheme is a language that I like very much because of this exactly this economy of ideas. There are very few concepts and we can do some amazing things with very few concepts. One language that is very old, but I still think it's snowball. I think it was the first languages to have pattern matching and this idea of doing really strong with patterns, etc. And I think sometimes it's interesting to see old languages because exactly nowadays a lot of languages tend to be, like I said, zero indexing, that they copy a lot, they tend to be too uniform in some aspects. And so it's interesting to see some older languages that have some ideas that maybe not even good ideas, but it's really interesting.
Last question for you is, knowing everything you know now, if you could go back to when you had just started your career and give yourself some advice, what would you say?
To know a lot of stuff, you really have to study a lot of stuff. It takes time. I also joke about that. People say, oh, learn Lua in 30 minutes, or learn Python in 5 minutes, or I always say that they want to learn programming in 5 years. But really, the take your time, you have to learn that, and that. There's a lot of stuff to learn. There's no magic. You really have to learn a lot of. It's more important to me sometimes that good people that I recognize as like the result of programming, then a lot of people that I have no idea who they are, etc. Like, so I think this metric of quantity that is the standard metric nowadays in the web is got much worse. That everything is just the number of follows. Doesn't care who is following you. As many people as possible. So sometimes for me it's much more important if someone that I really admire or think of this that say something good about Lua, then we have that many. But of course it's good also to have some number of users and to be recognized, but I think it's a balance between all this.
Do you recommend people study other programming languages to get better at programming? And so the question is, what are the top 3 programming languages that you think every engineer should learn in 2026 to kind of become better at programming?
Haskell, I think is an incredible language. It has everything you need to really learn about functional programming. I think one of the main benefits is there is an old joke in the Haskell community that if you write a program in Haskell and in C you will spend 1 week to make it efficient, and then you will spend 1 year to make it correct. In Haskell you spend 1 week to make it correct, and then you may spend 1 year to make it efficient. Again, it's not my joke, but I have some truths, not going to be always true, etc. But I think it gives the idea. I think this is maybe the most important lesson of Haskell. But Haskell has many other this thing about type inference, for instance, that the entire language is types are optional everywhere, and yet it can do type inference for everything. It can infer the types correctly, etc. C or some low language. I mean, you can also have to learn some assembler or to see, but assemblers now are becoming too much complex. It would be to learn like the 8080 assembler, very old assembler of a very. But to have this idea of what a machine does, how it does stuff at exactly the basic level, to have this understanding. Scheme is a language that I like very much because of this economy of ideas. There are very few concepts, and it can do some amazing things with very few concepts. One language that is very old, but I still think it's snowball.
Did you say that? Fuck.
I think it was the first languages to have pattern matching, this idea of doing it does what you think it should. Other parts, maybe I may facilitate documentation, I'm not sure. This thing about conceptual integrity, for instance, to give things, that makes sense, etc. I really think that one of the main costs is that it's the burden you put on the user to learn one more thing about your language. Think about that. It's really difficult to recommend people learning anything for a profession. And we have no idea what AI will do in 5 years. If someone is entering university now, they're going to graduate in 4 years, 5 years, or in 3.5 years, and nobody has any idea what your profession will be like in 4 years from now. So it's really hard to say, oh yes, you still going to, because now people say, oh no, the manual test, the AI is very good, but it still needed the whole architecture, you needed like a software engineer to see the big picture, etc. That it's now, we have no idea that will be true in 4 years or 5 years. So I enjoy programming. I would like, some people say, I'm using AI programming, because I like that. But so you choose something that you like, but really for your reason, how am I going to live with that? I have no idea. I think it's a really hard time to be choosing the profession.
I mean, you've worked on Lua for such a long time. When you look back on it, what went well and what didn't go well?
We have this privilege of not having to sacrifice clients. So you do not have, as I said, for instance, you can choose to add some features to the language because you do not have a pressure. Oh, we need that feature, whatever it takes over, etc. So we have this privilege of, oh, we are not sure whether to put that, we don't put that, we can wait 1 year. Or so I think that it's much easier to do a good project, a beautiful project. So I'm not sure this is a recommendation. Try to work without much pressure. People usually do not have this choice.
What was your measure of success if you're working on a programming language? Like, how did you know it was good?
It's more important to me sometimes that good people that I recognize that as like the result than a lot of people that I have no idea what who they are, etc. Like, so I think this metric of quantity that is the standard metric nowadays in the web is much worse than everything. It's just the number of followers, but it doesn't care who is following you, just as many people as possible. So sometimes for me it's much more important if someone that I really admire or think that says something good about Lua than, oh, we have that many. But of course it's good also to have some number of users and to be recognized, but I think it's a balance between all of this.
Do you recommend people study other programming languages to get better at programming? And so the question is, what are the top 3 programming languages that you think every engineer should learn in 2026 to kind of become better at programming?
Haskell, I think, is an incredible language. It has everything you need to really learn about functional programming. I think one of the main benefits is there's an old joke in the Haskell community that if you write a program in Haskell and in C, you will spend 1 week to make it efficient, and then you spend 1 year to make it correct. In Haskell, you spend 1 week to make it correct, and then you spend 1 year to make it efficient. Again, it's not my joke, but it has some truths, not always true, etc. But I think it gives the idea. I think this is maybe the main, most important lesson of Haskell. But Haskell has many other, this thing about type inference, for instance, the entire language is types are optional everywhere, and yet it can do type inference for everything. You can infer the types correctly, etc. C or some low language, and you can also have to learn some assembler or to see. But assemblers now are becoming too much complex. It would be to learn like the 8080 assembler, very old assembler of a very, but to have this idea of what a machine does, how it does stuff at exactly the basic level, to have this understanding. Scheme is a language that I like very much because of this economy of ideas. There are very few concepts, and you can do some amazing things with very few concepts. One language that is very, very, very old, but I still think it's snowball. I think it was the first languages to have pattern matching in this idea of to really strong patterns, etc. And I think sometimes it's interesting to see old languages because exactly nowadays a lot of languages tend to be, like I said, the zero indexing, that they copy a lot, they tend to be too uniform in some aspects. Because it's interesting to see some older languages that have some ideas that maybe not even good ideas, but it's very interesting.
Last question for you is, knowing everything you know now, if you could go back to when you had just started your career and give yourself some advice, what would you say?
To know a lot of stuff, you really have to study a lot of stuff. It takes time. I also joke about that. People say, oh, learn Lua in 30 minutes, or learn Python in 5 minutes, or I always say that they want to learn programming in 5 years. But really, take your time, you have to learn that. There's a lot of stuff to learn. There's no magic. So you really have to learn a lot of different things.
Thank you so much for your time, Professor. I really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Hey, thank you for watching this podcast. If you liked it and you want to see the show grow, please support with a comment or a like. Also, if you have any recommendations for people you want me to bring on, please drop a comment. Guests like Barbara Liskov, Mike Stonebreaker, Mark Brooker, these were
This shit is so fucking dumb.
Agora, 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 agora. Senhora, não faz. Segnalano abaixo na Belize, isso. Tristeza, tristeza, melancolia. tristeza, melancolia. Segnala no paz. Segnala no paz, no paz, não bene. Sou tristeza, melancolia.
que os braços como doce, como doce, como doce. The Neuroshard one might be good.
Bro, what the fuck?
It's pretty good. What's component bin packing? This is funny. Oh. Authenticator app. Bro. "2011, bro." Bro, this is fucking nostalgic. Oh my god. Oh wow. I think my dad drew that or something. Oh man. nostalgic, man. Classic. Dude, classic. Like, seriously. That's what I'll do. There's only one thing to say. 3 words for you. I love you. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2. I want there's only one thing to say. 3 words for you. I love you. There's only one thing to say. Those 3 words. I love you. There's only one, two, three, four. You're so bad, I'm so glad I found you. I'm looking around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only one way to say those 3 words. That's what I'll do. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only one way to say those 3 words. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only one way to say those 3 words for you. I love you. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only one. I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 words. I love you. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I'm not.
you. It make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only one thing, 2 things, 3 words for you. I'm not for the sun of the sun is sad, so oh. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only one way to say 3 words for you. I love you. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. Wait, why are we doing WebSockets? Why don't we just do polling? You're the sun is certainly the worst one and say to my man, I'm so glad about you. I've been around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only one. There's only one way to say 3 words. Bro, I was addicted to that song when I was 10 or 11. There's only one thing to say, there's 3 words for you. Even though I'm not when I hurt so bad, baby, that's that. I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only one way to say 3 words. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. It's no matter what, I'm gonna go back, baby, I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only one thing to say. That's what I'll do.
I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, I want. There's only one way to say those 3 words for you. I love you. There's only one way to say those 3 words. That's what I'll do. I love you. Sometimes a little bad, man. Sometimes I'm working so bad, even though I'm not. A little bad. I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. You make it easy. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah. I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. You. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. You. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 1, 2. Oh my god, it's almost 0 o'clock and I haven't eaten this peanut butter jar. I'm just on a writing, I'm on all bad, saying I'm on a fighter, made it for the bad, right, it's not a matter, waiting for the someone done. Here's a writing, it's a certain I found you. I love being around you. I love being around you, you make it easy. You make it easy, it's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. You. There's only 100. Oh my god, I cannot take myself seriously. Okay.
Fuck you bad, fucking and fucking and fuck so bad. Yeah, instead of fucking and instead of so I'm not. Fuck the soda motherfucker, fuck so bad, maybe I'm bad. I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Yeah. There's only 1, 2, 3. Even though I'm not I'm so bad. I'm so glad I found you. Love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only one thing to say. 3 words for you. There's only one way.
Dude, this is a good song. Honestly, it's a good song. It's a really good song. And I should respect it.
We're gonna learn that.
It's probably like literally 3 chords. Or it would actually be 4 chords, I guess.
There's only one.
To accomplish this song. That's another hard one. We do a D. Zero, zero, 3, 3. And then we do a D.
Wow, that's good enough.
There's only one more chord that you're going to need to know to accomplish this song, and that would be a G minor, and that's another hard one for beginners. But to do that G minor, it's going to be 3, 5, 5, and then you let your index finger take care of the rest on the 3rd fret. Then you gotta press really hard to make sure you just press down on the back of the neck. Consider your hand like a clamp, press down hard on the back, and then you have a little bit more leverage on the front to press down equally as hard. So, now we do the strumming pattern, right? Okay, so, give me one lovin' that I've never had. So, da 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 da. So what you're doing?
Wow.
So, da 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 da. Okay, so, give me one lovin' that I've never had.
How does he do that?
How does he fucking play that? Oh man, these chords are hard, bro. That hurts a lot.
So what you're doing is essentially that pattern over and over and over again. So we're hitting down the low end of strings, downstroke.
I don't know.
So down, down, up, down, up, and then we do up, down, up. Down, down, up, down, up. I always find that it helps when I'm not playing the chorus to just strum the rhythm without hearing anything, because then you figure out the rhythm a little bit faster instead of trying to transition through the chords. And that's essentially the rhythm through the entire song, other than like some single down strums, and that's it. So let's just kind of go through the verse, and then we'll go through the chorus. We'll call it a day, and then we'll do a practice video for you guys. So 1, 2, 3, 4. To a D.
Bro, that's so hard. That's actually so hard. I think I need more practice.
They stick on the G, and then they easy as one. So that's kind of like your pre-chorus.
It's
Pre-chorus
easy as
is G
1,
to
2.
an A, same strumming pattern. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then from that they go into the chorus. There's only one thing to do. So same chord progression. B minor to the A to the G, and this is where we hit that G minor. G minor, and then we stick it out on the A. Oh, I'm sorry, D. There's only one way to say those 3 words, and that's what I'll do. I love you. I love you. So there you go. That's pretty much what it is. So quick, kind of get you guys comfortable with it. So this is the intro, right?
A nurse pays $200 a night to stay at my Airbnb once a month, but the kicker is that she only lives 20 minutes down the road. So I finally asked her, what's up with this? When she told me why, I actually started crying. My husband and I have been running a 5-star Airbnb.
Love this recipe. I'm literally craving the base is what I'm going to share with you today, so you can do the different variations. I've always been drawn to super simple foods that I can eat a lot of without trying to. I've been making this recipe almost every week for the past few months, ever since I showed up here in Vermont. You'll notice something straight away. Alright, next up, we're gonna use 1 onion. Dice this. Try to do everything pretty much the same size. Next up, I have about 4 or 5 cloves of garlic. When I say clove of garlic, I mean like good sized garlic. So whatever would be equivalent to like a good size. So if I have too many small ones, I'll just make it up to be 4 or 5 cloves of garlic. If you're good, you can just do a couple at a time. If you have a garlic masher, grater, whatever you want to call those things, you know, those will work well. I'm just always less gadgets, more skill, more time to practice. I just want to get better and better. I don't need to rely on so many different crutches. Not that they're bad, I just don't want to do it. So I'm just going to do it rough chop, semi-mince. It doesn't have to be perfect. They are beans. And since that's all we're cooking, I'm going to just clean this up a little bit. Use soap. Wash it down like this, and I take another towel, just wipe it down. It's really no big deal. Some people who make comments telling me I'm leaving soap residue on it.
If you can only perform when the deadline is on fire, here are 3 things that will rewire that. Number 1, you need to understand that you don't have a motivation problem.
Now you got your I'll do it on a medium-high heat, start it off with, and I'm just going to add my bacon right to it. I don't mind adding the cold product to the cold pan because I want it to render. I don't necessarily want it to just sear and get crispy on the outside. I want it to slowly draw out those flavors, and then it'll create a little sear that will signal for me to move on. So I'm going to add a couple glugs of oil to go around. And this is just veg oil, and that'll help because there's not a lot of fat actually in the product, but we're using mycelium, so it doesn't have a lot of fat, and I want that texture. If you're whole food plant-based, no oil, don't use the fat. You could probably skip the bacon altogether and just use dough. But I would roast it off first with seasonings on the outside, whatever flavors you like. I would go with smoked paprika and whatever seasonings you were using in the beans. Just roast, dice them small, coat them with the seasonings, roast it at like 375 for about 30 to 40 minutes. You want them harder. You want them cooked and dried out before you add them in here so they can absorb the flavor and have that nice texture different from the beans. So this will take a few minutes, probably like 5 or so minutes, because you want to just slowly do it. I'm doing it on a medium high. What I'm looking for is to create some of these crispy edges on the bacon, but I still want that chew, so I don't want to overdo it. And as soon as I start seeing some of the browning on the edge, like I know it's getting crispy, then we'll add the rest of it. So now I'm going to add the onions, just all right to it. I'll let that sit on top there for a minute. I'm also going to add the garlic. This is super simple, easy recipe. I do aspire for you to make this. Just make base. Even if you don't use all these ingredients, like the bacon, if you just do the beans, make the base. Get it down in your mind, the ratios. Because as I made this every single week, it gets better and better, and then you can start building adaptations onto it, so you have some variety. But I have been loving eating beans 3 or 4 times a week. And mostly dry. I use the canned on occasionally, but I'm a big fan of the dry beans. It's so less expensive and just so much better for you. And there are huge variations in costs. Whether you buy, like this one was $1.49 for this package, and that was just the generic retailer own label brand. But there are some really good ones out there. Local farms I'm looking forward to getting beans that are 3, 4, 5 times that. But you do get what you pay for. So I'm going to start adding some of these seasonings. I want them to bloom in the recipe. So I have 2 teaspoons of smoked paprika, 2 teaspoons of garlic granulated, 2 teaspoons of onion granulated. Alright, so I want to add my spices in here with the fat because I don't want the spices to be floating around in just the liquid. I want them to bloom. That heat and that fat will activate them and just give them a little bit more smoky flavor, a little bit more cooked, more professional. So I'll saute that just for a couple minutes until I start seeing it really sticking on the bottom of the pan. So next up is just a measuring cup. I've been using, to be honest with you, I use jelly cups all the time, but for the video, I'm going to use this. I have my trusty water boiling in the back, and I'm just going to slide this over for a second. I'm using Better Than Bouillon. This is the vegetarian, no chicken base. And I'm going to use 2 teaspoons. All I got left in here. 2 teaspoons. And this water's not boiling because I don't need it boiling, but I'm just going to add a little bit on here and stir that up because I want it to dissolve and I want to make sure it's dissolved. So we're going to be using 2 of these. So it's going to be 8 cups total. And that would be 4 of these jelly cups, which I'm used to using. But 2 of these quart containers. So like I named it. Yeah, here. That is simple. 85% done, my estimation. And the taste is good, but I do want some more because we haven't added any black pepper or salt. Just a healthy pinch of black pepper, maybe 2. That's probably like a teaspoonful. And then I'm gonna add a pinch of salt, and that'll do it. The bouillon covers the saltiness. Stir that in here, and I'll cook these probably another 15 minutes or so. I want them super plump and not really al dente at all. I want them to easily break apart in my mouth, but not break apart in the pot. You could do this all day if you want. Just leave it on here on super low, stir it occasionally. When I do it on the wood stove, I would just leave it on there for hours and hours and just stir it as I go. If it needs more liquid because it's reducing too fast, I might just add a little bit more, but always be mindful. If I add water, there's no flavor in water. There's only flavor in the no chicken broth or veg broth, whatever you decide to use. And I want these flavorful because they're going to be the main part. This is no side dish. This is the main dish.
In Gaza, bread is the base of every meal. But when you've lost your home and your income, even bread is hard to find. So Umar runs a bread program inside Gaza. Every week, 150 packages of fresh bread, baked by hand, and handed straight to the families who need them. The bread is made by 5 women facing hardship of their own. Steady, paid work. So the help moves in more than one direction. Fresh bread, baked in Gaza, for Gaza. The need returns every day. The ovens answer every week. $5 puts fresh bread in a family's hands this week. Keep the ovens warm. Keep the bread moving.
I'm going to serve these with some steamed kale, and if you've seen the videos, and I've done quite a few of them on how to cook greens, it's exactly the way I'm going to do it. I'm going to pour the hot boiling water over the kale, let it sit for a couple minutes, stir it in, make sure all the leaves get wilted, get beautifully vibrant green, strain it, and then it can sit in the cooler refrigerator for however long until I need it. It's the easiest way to eat greens, and I try to eat greens with almost every single meal. And this, I used one of those 1 pound packages of cut kale to cook it on this stove. Pot pan here. Once that pan is hot, I'm gonna add some olive oil. Just go by circle. I do 1 or 2 circles. Making a mess. I have some sliced garlic. I just sliced up quickly. And I'm gonna add add that. Gonna saute that for a minute. I just want to bring that flavor out of it and get it a little bit crispy. To that, I'm gonna add some salt, a couple pinches of salt, 1 pinch of black pepper. I add it to the pan. You can add it to the kale. There's no right or wrong way to do that. And I just have the kale. I just let it drip dry. And I'm just gonna saute that. Get that all up in there. Make sure that garlic doesn't burn. So I'm gonna stir that kale right into it. Now this will take a couple minutes. You hear the sizzle goes away because it's starting to cook. So I'll just cover that and cook this probably for like 2 or 3 minutes. You can cook it for as long as you want. I just do not like eating brown greens. They're called greens for a reason. So I want mine super vibrant, super colorful, practically alive. Yes, you can steam it. You can do whatever you want. Boil them, whatever you want. But this is the way I do it, and I find it the easiest and most delicious way to eat greens consistently. Beans are good. I'm going to turn the beans off. Look at that. That's beautiful. It's my favorite. These are so good. It is so flavorful. It is so good. With the greens and the nooch. Sometimes I serve it with a little bit of pasta, plain pasta, or rice. It all goes good, but just as a main dish, it is so delicious, and I have plenty for the next couple days or to give away to neighbors.
Attention, foreign fans living in Japan. Here's the ultimate money-saving shopping hack in Japan. Next time you shop at a drugstore,
I eat exactly like Dr. Michael Greger, one of the leading nutrition researchers in the world, for 1 week. What about slowing down the aging process itself through diet? Why am I doing this challenge? Well, after interviewing him for his latest book, How Not to Age, I was inspired to... Let's watch. I eat exactly like Dr. Challenge. Well, after interviewing, I experienced some unexpected... Okay, so here are all the foods that Dr. Greger eats on a regular basis. Over here we got Dr. Greger's Daily Dozen. Now I incorporate pretty much all of these foods in my diet on a daily basis, so this really isn't different from what I eat normally. Over here are all of the extra anti-aging foods that Dr. Greger has started to incorporate into his diet after diving into research for his newest book, How Not to Age. Honestly, I don't really eat any of these foods. All of these are new to me, and from my opinion, lots of these are a little bit weird and definitely more obscure, so I'm definitely getting myself into some new culinary territory. You can find a full list of all of these foods, including scientific references backing each one and why you should be incorporating it into your diet by clicking the link in our description. The part of this experience that I'm most worried about is probably just making sure that I'm enjoying my food and getting enough calories. I expect to feel really healthy during this challenge. That's kind of my main expectation, mostly because I'm starting to incorporate a lot of new foods that are very much health promoting, so I'm looking forward to doing that and seeing how my body responds. I already eat a pretty healthy diet, so I'm not expecting massive changes. Perhaps the main thing I'll experience is a slight drop in my blood pressure, which I'm interested to see because I'm going to be going on a much lower sodium diet than I typically eat. The food that I'm definitely most nervous about trying are all the mushrooms. I really despise mushrooms. I've never liked them. I really do want to make it work, especially when Dr. Greger said if there was one thing I would add to my daily dozen, it would be mushrooms. If I find some way of incorporating them where it's not going to be something I don't enjoy, then that would be awesome. Yeah, my feelings on the protein intake that I'll be maintaining for this diet, which is a little under half of what I normally eat in terms of my daily protein intake, I do wonder how that would affect me long term in terms of my ability to build new muscle and also improve my strength. I'm curious about that. Actually, in terms of my ability to perform with any kind of cardiovascular activities, I think I wouldn't have an issue there. But in terms of any kind of muscle building goals or strength based goals, I'm really not sure that the
but what I'm most hoping to get out of this experience is some exposure to new foods and a new way of eating. I love being challenged and pushed outside my comfort zone, so I really look forward to doing that from a dietary perspective. I've kind of gotten into a groove when it comes to my nutrition, and I generally eat the same kinds of things from week to week, so I look forward to changing that up and experiencing something new. If Dr. Greger did an Eat Like Leaf challenge, man, that's a good question. I'd probably have him try some of my soy curls, some of my teriyaki soy curls, which are pretty good in my opinion. So definitely higher in sodium than he'd want, and probably a little bit too far on the processed food spectrum for him, but that's maybe one of the first things I'd have him try. Oh, I would have him try the leaf smoothie. That is packed with nutrition, so I'd be interested to hear what he thinks of that, and also whether he enjoys it or not. I do put protein powder in mine, and I definitely wouldn't get away with putting protein powder in his, but I think he'd still enjoy the taste. He definitely doesn't drink sweetened vanilla soy milk, but maybe throw in a cup of that. See what he thinks. Shaving some minutes off Dr. Greger's 180-year lifespan. Alright, time to do blood pressure. I've got a blood pressure cuff on here, and if there's one metric that I expect to change this week, it would be blood pressure. Historically, my blood pressure has been a little on the high side, so I expect that to be the case again. So let's see what we got. Okay, so it's a little high. I would prefer to be lower than that, so looking forward to seeing how a low sodium Dr. Greger diet works for me over the next week. So I just finished taking all my before metrics, and now the game is on. We're ready to go for the entire week, and I'm going to be eating like Dr. Greger for the next 7 days. So we're starting off super strong with some healthy green tea and all of these spices. These are spices that Dr. Greger has included into his diet after researching how not to age. And then once we're done all that, we're going to jump in and make a fruit smoothie, which is going to be my actual breakfast. So I'm kind of nervous, also excited for this week. This is a new way of eating for me, so let's dive in and kick things off. 100% potato starch, and they very helpfully tell you that it has 0.2 calories per pouch. Dip pouch in water, place in mouth, swallow with water. Oh, this looks nasty. Got a little shovel. Dr. Greger, when I was interviewing him, he's like, oh, you probably know this. It's like a bodybuilder thing. I thought, don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, this is probably like a weightlifter thing. So maybe we've heard about this. Where they have these little sheets of edible film. It's just one ingredient, potato starch. It's like transparent. You see one part turmeric.
That looks like hell.
One part amla, this dried Indian gooseberry powder.
Up next, amla powder. It smells very earthy.
One part black cumin.
It looks like charcoal. Alright, in my little spice pack.
And one part papali.
Papali?
You can take a teaspoon of that, so you get a quarter teaspoon of each. So it's like I'm taking supplements, but not. They're just whole food spices. This is just like a squishy little like mass, and it just goes down really easy.
This thing looks huge. Oh shit. We're gonna try to double the wrapper. Alright, attempt number 2. Then you just gotta have to commit. And you don't want to get your fingers wet. Let's do it. Commit. Double the wrapper. Alright, attempt number 2. Then you just gotta have to commit. And you don't want to get your fingers wet. Let's do it. Wasn't so bad. Alright, now I got some green tea.
So, I talked about 3 cups of coffee, 13% decrease in all-cause mortality. Okay, 23% lower among green tea drinkers. So, drink green tea. Now, if you say you don't like green tea, then we gotta work on something else. But
I do like green tea.
Boom!
Tastes a little bland. I would normally put a little sweetener in, but Dr. Gregor doesn't do that. Time for some actual food, which is going to be my smoothie. Alright, that's breakfast. I've got a half-gallon smoothie here, which is actually what I normally have for breakfast, so that will be nicely integrated into my schedule. And I have a lot of the same ingredients that I put in my daily smoothies. The main difference is that this doesn't have any protein powder, which is normally something that I add. So let's go ahead and do a taste test.
What the fuck? Why is it using actual fucking cauliflower?
It's definitely missing a little bit of flavor, which I normally get from protein powder. But yeah, it's pretty good. It'll work for breakfast today. I also added wheat germ and flaxseed in a half and half ratio, and that's another thing that Dr. Gregor incorporates in his diet daily.
The single dietary component most associated with longevity was spermidine. How much spermidine you're eating? You're like, what are you talking about? The most concentrated dietary source, wheat germ. So I'm adding wheat germ. That's what I do since I want to have flaxseed throughout the day, and I want to have wheat germ throughout the day. So I'm actually mixing half and half wheat germ, ground flax, and so then I just sprinkle that on whatever meal I happen to be eating. So I'm getting the flax and then the wheat germ.
I also use almond milk, which is far inferior to soy milk, because soy milk has too much protein, and we don't want any gains this week. All right, how nice does that look? It tastes really fresh. It's got a really nice crunch. I can tell that it's lower in sodium than I would typically have for pasta, but I know that's healthy. Dr. Gregor, I hope you're proud. I might put a little bit more of the salt-free seasoning on here, but other than that, I think this is a really awesome dish. I'm going to be adding some capers. This is going to be the first time I really remember trying this. These are low-salt capers. If you want to make them even lower in sodium, then you can rinse them.
So I'm eating capers. I never ate capers before. It's hard to find low-salt capers, but, you know, that's something I wanted to add because good source of quercetin. So a combination of decreasing DNA damage and then to help clear the body from senescent cells, these 3 senolytic compounds. And so there's just various foods that are most concentrated sources.
It kind of smells like salt and vinegar chips, which are chips that I used to love as a kid. Probably won't taste nearly as good. Let's try it. Yeah, that's not really my thing. Let's see if it's better with pasta. Probably better, not on its own. Yeah, it's a little better like that. 1 caper per bite. That's what we'll do. I'll kind of even hide it in there, like you do for your pet. Take your vitamins. All right, I'm going to put this off to the side and finish that up for lunch, and I'm going to try Dr. Gregor's favorite apple, which is Sweet Tango.
Big fan of Sweet Tango apples.
Oh, yeah. I've been on a Cosmic Crisp apple.
Oh, yeah, not bad.
Lately.
Not bad.
Very good, Dr. Gregor. I'm a fan. I do like having a little bit more of a crunch, so that's why I currently prefer Cosmic Crisp, but this is fantastic. Got really nice flavor. All right, I'm gonna go enjoy this, and I'll see you at dinner. All right, for dinner, I have purple sweet potatoes loaded with a taco stuffing. We've got some beans, rice, and red onions. We also have some of this porcini mushroom powder. Dr. Gregor said I need to try it because it might change my mind about mushrooms. Tastes like clay. Alright, don't be dramatic. Now let's try the taco filling, which has a bunch of that in it. Let's see if I masked it well enough. Yeah, I can't really tell. Let's try some of the purple sweet potato. I definitely tasted a little dirt. That probably wasn't fully washed off. Got some extra B12 in here. Dirt and mushroom powder. Quality meal. Usually I would put a lot of sauce on this, but I don't really have any sauce that's low in sodium. So I put some balsamic vinegar on it, but I need some more. I'm going to eat this meal and then probably wash it down with a nice crispy apple. So I think those apples are going to become tastier and tastier throughout the week. So I'm going to wash everything down with that and then get to sleep, get my full 8 hours, and then wake up to start day number 2. So we got 6 days left. Let's make it happen. Start day 2. This is my breakfast, and I gotta be honest, I had some issues last night. I had a lot of fiber yesterday. I was just looking at a chronometer. I had 82 grams of fiber in my diet yesterday. Typically, I hang out around 40 to 50 grams, so this is kind of like double what I normally eat. And spice packets as well, so working on trying to get that down more easily. And then we also have some green tea. I'm also going to be putting wheat germ and ground flax into my smoothie as well. And I'll be using unsweetened vanilla almond milk. Alright, here goes day 2 spice packet. That's it for my breakfast. I had some walnuts, also had some banana here. Got my green tea, have my smoothie. I'm gonna go enjoy this, get some work done, and I'll see you at lunch. Alright, well it's time for lunch and got some bad news. And I'll be using unsweetened vanilla almond milk. So one of my main goals this week is to keep my sodium intake below the
Our turmeric and cinnamon blend makes a lovely, vibrant beverage. And I have here a recipe for peanut butter and turmeric smoothie. So you're going to need 280 mils of milk for this. I'm going to add that to my blender. And then we're going to get this lovely, vibrant turmeric and cinnamon blend that we have here. And I'm going to go in with 2 teaspoons of this. And you can smell it. It's absolutely delicious smell to it. And it looks fantastic. And then we've got a tablespoon of peanut butter, straight in with that. We have half a banana, and finally a generous handful of ice. Take a glass, pour it in, and you know, it looks such a delightful colour. That's really good. Our turmeric and cinnamon blend makes a lovely, vibrant beverage. And I have here a recipe for
I made it. Turmeric, peanut butter, smoothie. It's actually pretty good. It's pretty good. Honestly. Not turmeric, is it curcumin or turmeric? I can't remember.
1,500 mil.
Oh shit, my phone's about to die.
Looks like I'm back up to 77 kilograms now, but probably a lot of that is water weight. Let's say half a kilogram of water weight. Wow. Let's say a kilogram. Let's say a kilogram. So I'm like 76 pounds right now. Alright.
55 or 60 push-ups done for the day. Right? You make it easy. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2. I want there's only 1, 2, 3, 4 for you.
Grams per other people who do that just don't like the taste of salt or just avoid everything other than fruit and vegetables, but that's actually really challenging. Case in point, that f***ing piece of odds and ends because everything has sodium. But this stuff, I had 4 cups of this. I don't even f***ing like almond milk. I was thinking I'm just gonna do water, but then we thought, well, the recipe calls for almond milk, so I put some almond milk in, put 4 cups in, and what do you know, that ended up being 460 milligrams of sodium. That is 31% of my total daily sodium was consumed in my smoothie for breakfast from something I don't even enjoy. Like, I should have eaten some fucking tortilla chips or something instead. Anyways, we are struggling to keep it under the ソリメ最大パーセント80オフ、しかも送料無料になるかもしれません。So the thought of being vegan terrifies me. Like on one hand, I hear it's pretty good for emissions, animal.
I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy.
It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. There only 1, 2, 3 for you. And the number with his hand, and the father that he said, on the high side, da 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 da. Learn to find a fan, learn to study, say, further than he said, I don't study, friendly. I love being around you, you make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, it's only 1, 2, 3, 4. I love you. Burn the summer night, it's every hand. Burn the summer night, it's every hand. Fernie summer's hurting. Honest, oh my gosh. Fernie, sunny, Fernie, Fernie, Fernie sauce. Fernie, Fernie sauce, Fernie, Fernie sauce. You, I am around you. You make it easy. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4 for you. For you. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. There's only
all fair and just like the climate in general. On the other hand, burgers are made of like.
easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you.
Bro, this song is so nostalgic.
I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. It's only 1, 2, 3 for you.
I don't remember this verse. I remember that. This is really good. This is, you know what, giving me Gone Gone vibes. No, not Gone Gone. Yeah, Gone Gone. Yeah, Tyler, the Creator. These chords? Well, because these chords are oddly similar. Make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
These video games are gonna rot your brain. I mean, whatever's left of it anyway. Okay. I just told the character from your video game to go back and pull where it came from.
You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3.
Oh my god.
That's brutal, man. I've never seen that. Brutal. Brutal, absolutely brutal. That is so brutal, man. That is so graphic. Oh man, how does that happen?
There's only 1, 2, 3 for you.
This is gonna be copyright strike, so that's why I'm playing it to my ear.
Oh shit. I got some gooky goo goo on my fucking computer. I got some gooey goo goos on my computer. I got some goofy goober on my computer.
How did I get
that goofy goober on my computer? Oh, dude.
Anyone I fall apart, even to my closest friends. Oh, okay, I'm starting to pick it up. I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. What I'll do. Bro, this song is so nostalgic. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. For you. That's what I've had. I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. We shouldn't drink water now. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm best in hand. I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. This that I've had, I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. I love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. There's only one. There's only one way to say those 3 words. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. There's only one way to say those 3 words. That's what I'll do. No, I'm not make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. Paying your money is every cent. There's another. I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. Motherfucker.
Motherfucker, you can't do that. You can't fucking do that, man.
Oh man, you fuckhead. No one's on any head, best that I've had. I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2. Actually, I see. It's TypeScript now. Fucking fucks. Y'all fucks turned it into fucking TypeScript, you fucking cocksuckers. I love being around you, you make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, you. I love you. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, you. Burn the time and fuck I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. No, I'm not. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. There's only. What a shitty language. I hate TypeScript so much. I hate JavaScript and TypeScript and fucking everything about it. I love being around you, you make it easy. You make it easy. You make it easy.
It's easy as 1, 2. It will be 1, 2, 3 for you. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. What the fuck is this? It's easy as 1, 2. Oh, there's only 1, 2, 3 for you.
Yeah, so so Cloudflare is not implemented at all how I want it to be. It should be fucking Cloudflare, man. Doesn't know anything about tests, etc. And it should literally be like our own Cloudflares. We are the world, and there are workers and shit in the world, and like the callers can call functions to work, etc. because we are fucking Cloudflare people here because it's our product. You can see the prices. And simulate isn't included. Right, exactly. The problem. The general case, and what to avoid and what to do instead in relation to how LMs will turn things into
use the I love being around you, you make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4 for you, yeah. Is rectify the right word? This fucking X guy. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. It's good. It's totally good. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Holy shit. Like, see, this is... He understands conventionality has value, unlike most people. Oh my god. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. This man uses Haskell. Fuck. This guy might be as smart as Trey. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. And you thought about it, we had places all I said, where's no, I'm not. Where's so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2, 1. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. I love you. So I'm not so bad, less than I've had. I'm so glad I found you. I love being around you. You make it easy. It's easy as 1, 2 for 1. There's only 1, 2, 3 for you. Bro, I used to like that song so much.
Yeah, itai. That hurt. Okay, it's better. No, sorry. I meant.
What is no? What is mini flare? Oh fuck, bro! Oh my god, it's already a thing. Oh my god, it's already a thing. Oh, you fucking fuck.
I have a lot of energy, but I need to sleep, so I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. We'll continue this tomorrow. This is really cool.